Okay, I think I should be live. I'm gonna hope somebody in chat tells me. Oh, here we go. I'm trying to make sure. Do I have good quality? Oh, hearing myself. I think I am. Howdy. Cool. Sorry for the background noise. Like 5 minutes ago, somebody decided they want to start cutting stones in the background. But I guess I'll go ahead and get started for the day. So, my goal is I want to make a game live here about making kombucha, because that's what my girlfriend's been really into recently. So I've set up a design document. Hello to everyone in chat. I'm glad to see some people were here waiting. I guess I don't want to ping people on Discord. So the goal is to make a game about making and selling kombucha, and I have some inspiration pictures of old Flash games. I like this weird beer making game where you get to pick out your different flavors. Gotta get stone blocks or zombies? Oh, gotta get them stone blocks. And I have an idea for timers, because kombucha is a lot about waiting. So I have some challenges I think we're going to hit. We're going to hit into time constraints, because I want to do this in 1 week. I want to finish it by next Monday, when I leave the Airbnb I'm in. I think it's going to be hard to make this fun, because there's going to be timers, so I don't know if I'm just going to give you the ability to skip to the end of the night. And for research, I have been reading just tons of different articles that we'll probably come back to about the process of making kombucha. And then we have 4 main stages we're going to try to get, where you have to first create a SCOBY, which is like the yeast layer on top of the kombucha that actually digests the tea and, I guess, ferments it. Then there's the process of brewing the tea, where you'll have to pick out like what tea you use. And I found somebody saying that you can use stuff like green tea and whatnot. And then we have the process where you add the SCOBY in, and you have to let it ferment in a dark place, and how long you do that determines how sweet the scope or the end drink is. And finally you add flavors, and you put it into bottles, and that will carbonate it. And if you overcarbonate it, it will explode, which Madeline has done in our sink before. Howdy to Shikiru Tsukamoto. So I think that's basically the plan. I actually took the time to make a document, so I hope that gets everyone clear on what we're doing. I've also started a sprite sheet where I have my horrible looking basic kombucha bottle, but the idea is this is the liquid and the yellow line will be the SCOBY on top. And so I think I'm going to go ahead and try to get started. Everything looks like it's going well. Cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to scroll through everything. Somebody posted in the Discord. Thank you. Alright. So, I've started from my template project, and I've changed everything except the README, so somebody needs to remind me to change the README when it's time to publish this. It's really distracting having all the graphs on the second monitor. I might have to put them all away, but I need to be able to see the chat. So, to get started, what do I want to do? I'm going to run the game, show the template, which should just be a gray screen with a camera. And I think first I want to get our sprite loaded in the game. And I'm probably going to want to be able to click on it. So let's start out with making loading. I want to use Bevy asset loading from the beginning here. So let's start out getting Bevy asset loader added. Because I ran into this problem in the live coding where it was a pain to add this in post. So this will give us a splash screen. Oh, remind me to set up the README. This should give us the ability to have a splash screen. I want to make something that's like made with Bevy to be the loading screen. The drilling in the background is really distracting me. I might have to put on noise cancelling headphones. Or hope they'll stop soon. I saw Bev. I do not approve. of removing all the vowels. And so to use Bevy Asset Loader, I'm just going to steal their example code again, where we set up a state for the splash screen, and then we'll set up an image assets collection, and it will handle all of our asset loading for me. So I'm going to create the collection here. I'll probably move it, but I have a sprite sheet, which is in sprite sheet.png. And I have to import all their stuff. Let me just grab the import statement. Howdy to everyone. We're just getting the basic setup going. Okay, I'm glad to hear you guys can barely hear the noise because it's deafening to me and it's making it impossible to think. I'm actually going to put headphones on. Cool, this should help. And then before we make the app, we set up the asset loader. So here, and then I need to do app there. And my game states are going to be a splash screen, a main menu, and then the actual game for now. Yeah. So splash, menu, and gameplay. And why are you not happy? Oh, game state splash. I wonder if I should do one before, because I'm going to have to load the splash screen icon. So I don't know if I'll need more states. Cool. So now this plugin should actually handle all of the image for us, and now I just have to grab this resource whenever I want to use it, which is just what they do. So let's get it on screen. I guess that's step one. So let's make a system spawn bottle, which will need commands. It's been so long since I've wrote Bevy. I've been doing so much specialized stuff in the live coding and in the tutorials. Mute commands, and I need our resource of the image assets. Image assets, and that is a resource. Okay, and then commands, spawn bundle. Yeah, the asset loader plugin, it's gotten much more ergonomic since I last checked it out. It's really nice now. I think first I actually want to set this up as a texture atlas. So let's do a set up texture atlas. Is this what I need to do? I'm blanking on how all of this works. Because I want to spawn texture atlas sprite. So what does it need to make a texture atlas sprite? Yeah, I haven't done anything with huge assets. I want to make a 3D game at one point, but I'm horrible at 3D modeling. But at some point I need to figure out how to do it. It's not texture atlas sprite, it's texture atlas, or sprite sheet bundle is what I want. Why is my tab to complete not working? And here we need the texture atlas sprite and the handle to a texture atlas. Does this loader? I think it does work with texture atlases. So let's see. Ooh, that looks really nice. So let me change this over to being a texture atlas. I wonder if that's worth doing in the live coding. So I can just set it up like this. Padding, I probably should do at least 1 pixel of padding, maybe 2. I'll do 2. Just so I can have things on a grid. And the tile size is going to be, I think 32 is what I was using. And then, let's see, the image is what, 512 by 512? It is. So 32 divided by 512, or 16. So I have 16 columns and 16 rows. This attribute requires a 2D feature. So, how do I do the 2D feature? You're going to make me figure it out on my own? Sure. Bevy asset loader will be version equal to 11 and features equals what, 2D. That's a good tab to complete. Come on. And that. Was that the right feature? Build. Let me get Clippy open. Unclosed delimiter. Yeah, you're upset about a lot of things. Ah, and this should be texture atlas now. And that means I don't have to set up texture atlas myself, and I should be able to spawn a spreadsheet bundle by giving it these two. And the handle to the texture atlas will be images.spreadsheet.clone. And the texture atlas sprite, I think I just want to do a new one. Yeah, of index 1. Index 0 if I had to guess. And these are now not public. And let's add this as a system. Why is this all not happy still? Probably because I need to close my parentheses. Spreadsheet bundle and .default. Cool. And we'll add this as a system to system set. System set. Let me read the example real fast right here. On enter game state main. Let's just go straight to main for now, or gameplay, because we won't have a menu for a while. Cool. And with system spawn bottle. It's always weird starting out a project like this because it's hard to know exactly what the first thing to do is. But I guess getting graphics on the screen is always a good start. Oh, good. I love when it crashes. Resource does not exist. State. I need to insert the state. So I probably should do that first. Insert state, add state. No. Oh, add state. And that is game state splash. You'd figure the asset loader would add the state for you. Okay, and we have nothing on screen. Let's see. Oh, we've not actually spawned our entity. Why not? Spawn bottle. Does commands.spawn bundle. On entering, not menu, gameplay. YouTube recommends I change my bit rate. Can I do that live? It wants me to set it to 4 or 5,000. How do I... Oh, the game popped up over it. So let me go ahead and change that to what it wants. Cool. So this is our image. And if I shrink it to something tiny, we do in fact have our bottle. Kind of. So let's set up the camera to not be one-to-one. We're going to try what? I think I actually just want to do the height. I want it to be pixel for pixel. Actually, let's try out a different scaling mode. Let's try out the default scaling mode. I usually don't like this because it means things are not consistent at different resolutions, but if I put it in the web, it should work out. So there's that. It's small, but I think, can I make it scale double? Scale. And let's see if that works. So camera dot scale equals triple. Scale's not an option. Camera dot orthographic projection dot scale. I need to get out of the habit of running the game so often. I feel like I waste a lot of time by doing that, but I don't know. I guess it gives me time to think. So unfortunately, that does not work. Can I figure out why? The camera, graphic projection, has its scale set right? Fixed vertical? Oh, nope. None. Window size, fixed horizontal. Oh wait, the scale does work. Oh, but why does it have to be so big? What is scale doing? Oh wait, that's not the default. The default is window size, I think? What's the default? When I do new 2D, orthographic projections default. Oh, good grief. Default. Scaling mode window size is the default. And when it's set to window size, scale seems to do absolutely nothing. Oh, 1? Oh, 3 makes it smaller. Ah, that's counterintuitive. So I actually want the scale to be like, I guess 1 over this. 1.0 over this. Thanks, Russ. Okay. Cool. So that's, I'm happy with that. Now, I want to be able to click on it. So let's go to the cheat book and get the clicking code. Or the code that adds a resource with the mouse coordinates. Why can I not grab that scroll bar? Show frame rate. Convert cursor to world coordinates. Just grab this. And let's create a new file called mouse.rs. Let's just paste that. Use Bevy prelude. And I don't want main camera, I want camera 2D. and this should expect camera to always exist. And it prints it out. Instead, I want you to use commands and add a resource for me. And I want the resource to be a public strut of mouse position. And in here I'll have, I guess we'll just do floats of X and Y. Doesn't feel too bad. Why is this not happy? Nah. And insert, or commands dot insert resource of our mouse position. Can't type today. I feel like my brain's going slower today than I usually like. World position. Howdy, Sophie. How's it going? Does this feel like it's working? Add system. Oh, wait. Let's see. It's mod mouse.art for mouse. And then use mouse. Oh, cool. Why is this all not happy now? Unused Bevy prelude. Oh, star. Can't find camera 2D. Can't find render target. And this needs to be public, and I'll call this mouse position. And mouse position. And add that as a system. I don't have any way I'm going to test that yet, so let's add a system to click bottle. Which should query for, oh, I need a component, clickable. So let's make a strut clickable and derive component for it. And this probably needs a hitbox, which I think there's a rectangle. I don't like the Bevy sprite rectangle. Isn't there a different one? Dude, somebody's just beating upstairs on the roof. Let's get Bevy docs open. Rectangle. Ah, the math rectangle. No, I don't like that one. And that's the one in the prelude. I like the sprite version, but I'm worried that this will not interact well. Let's see. Probably should just make one myself. But I think I want to do Bevy sprite rect. Right? And we'll add a hitbox to the bottle. Apparently it's faster to not do insert. You're supposed to be doing everything as bundles because it rearranges the archetypes internally. But I don't actually think I care that much for the performance. I need to do Azrect here to hide it. And this should be a rect with a min and a max. Min's Vec 2. Wait, do I actually want this? Hold on. I just want a size. I could just want a size. I don't actually want a rectangle. I just want a Vec 2. Because I'll get the position from the transform. Right? I also don't know if that's going to be the correct size. But now at least we can query for our mouse position, which is a mouse position strut. I can query for bottles or clickables. Oh, it's add a name too. And query for anything with clickable. And its transform. Probably its global transform. Right? And input of the mouse. Oh, how'd you break your Vulcan? Wait, res input mouse, I believe? Mouse button, maybe? That feels right. So if mouse dot just pressed mouse button left, probably. Cool. And I need to see if the mouse position is within where we clicked. So I'm just going to loop over all of the clickables and compare. Ooh, can I do the collide function? Because this will be axis aligned. Collide. Yeah, sure. AABB collide. It absolutely should be wrapped in a resource. Thank you. Right, my brain's still not fully awake yet. I've been trying to chug coffee, but I don't think it's helping. Face sprite, collide, AABB. Let me just... Can I import it? There we go. That needs the first position, which will be the clickables transform. And then the size is going to be the clickable hitbox. Thank you. And then the position is going to be mouse position. Why does this have to be a vector 3? I guess extend. Mouse position dot what? Oh, why did I do my own X and Y? Probably should do this as just a vec2. We'll just make it a tuple strut for vec2. And it will hold the world position. missing parentheses. And now I need a .0 here. And its size, I'm just going to make 1. What are we not happy with? This function takes extend 0, I guess. And transform dot translation. If let sum equals that, and we have collided when we get more screen space. And we'll try info clicked. What are we unhappy with? Private. Yeah, why not? Function is never used. Oh, that's a problem. Add the system to click bottles. Ooh, I was not expecting a crash. The mouse position doesn't exist. And I would agree. Let me just insert a resource, or init a resource of mouse position. And for the first frame, it will just be, there's 0. Yeah. What are we just not happy with? Insert. Init would do the default. Alright, and now it is actually getting my clicks. It's hard to know when I clicked. Let me just run. I'm actually shocked that worked. I wasn't expecting the scaling to work out. But it seems to be. Looking at the letter D showing up. Yeah, it seems to work perfect. So now we can click on a bottle. And what do you say? Oh, it's not if let, it's just is sum probably is what you want. Cool. Well, now what do I do once I can click on a bottle? I guess I need to come up with what the gameplay of this actually looks like. So, looking at the inspiration, what are we starting with? Let's start out brewing the tea. So I think I want to have a set of teas you can pick from, maybe? And then you'll have money and you can buy different teas. So I want to get a grid of teas. And then you can click on teas and add them to a pot and start brewing your tea. Oh, I can re-explain the gameplay. I covered that at the beginning. The idea is that this is a game about brewing kombucha. And so the idea is to make something like these old Flash games where you could like make pizzas or brew beer. and it's going to have timers, and the idea will be to go through the 4 stages of creating a kombucha, where first you have to brew it in a tea, then you add a SCOBY and let it ferment, and then you add flavors into a second ferment in bottles where it will pressurize and carbonate. So right now I'm trying just to, I guess, get a foothold in, because once I get the ball rolling, it should be easy to add more features to the game as it goes on. So, never heard of kombucha. It's this weird, like, carbonated health drink. I've actually only tried one sip of it. It's a vinegary, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's a tea, a fermented, lightly, don't know how to say that word, sweet black tea, consumed for its health benefits. It has a lot of, like, bacteria growing in it. Yeah, I don't know if Madeline's ever put honey in it. She puts weird stuff like strawberries and mangoes and makes a very fruity drink. Oh, we can look at WebMD, and it will tell you probably that it's pure poison. Yeah, boost your immune system, wards off high blood pressure. It's a weird thing. But while she's at work, or she's in a work training course all week, and that's why we're in Boulder. So I figured I'd make a game that was inspired by her new hobby. So I guess I need to make a little tea leaf sprite. Let's see, I would do 2 padding. So I need to make, I don't know, some leaf looking thing. I love doing live art. Just fill that. Slap an outline on it. Oh, now I've done it. I think there's a tool to outline. It's like Control-Alt-O, isn't it? Nope. If anyone knows Ace-Fright and how to do an outline, I'd love to hear it. Apparently, to start kombucha, you have to start with a bottle you bought from the grocery store. It's like sourdough, where you have to have a starter batch that you can go off of. Someone at her work was brewing it, and she got to babysit the SCOBYs for a month while she traveled. I don't know if this looks like tea. I'm absolutely not an artist. I'm just trying to get some placeholder graphics up. Yeah, overwrite. And now, theoretically, our Bevy asset loader should just automatically have worked out that that is now Sprite 2. So let's see. Now we want to make a grid. I think what I'm going to work on is getting this kind of system up first. Ah, okay. You could buy a SCOBY and start it right away. Oh yeah, I've seen that in the steps here, that there's step 1 takes 4 weeks to make a mother SCOBY. Yeah. It's cool that you're an artist, Sophie. Do you do that professionally, or is that just a hobby? I usually try to beg Madeline. I have to have a good enough game, and I beg her to make me some art for it. So let's get going with this kind of grid. I wonder if I'm going to use the Kayak UI that we started using in the live coding. I haven't quite learned it yet, and it might be good to learn it, because I need to get text on the screen. Let's just start out with the basics here. Ah, okay. I've been trying to get better at pixel art. I've been watching, I think it's Adam Eunice. I've been watching his pixel art videos just because it's a skill I've wanted to pick up. Let's create a shop plugin, I guess. Let's start working outside of main. And so the shop is going to need a shop plugin, which is a strut. Yeah, making video games requires so many different skills. I've been also trying to learn 3D modeling, and it's just... every time you feel like you have your head around it, it just takes more and more and more. I've also been trying to watch some writing videos, trying to learn how to import plugin for shop. Trying to figure out how to write a story, because I want to make like a horror game at some point, but that requires a lot of writing skills that I don't have. And I want to do procedural sound, because that sounds really cool. And I think from college I have the math background to get into sound design. Are you gonna... oh, maybe if I do mod VS Code will realize what I'm trying to do. It's been... yeah, I've been seeing that. I think it's Poppy's Playtime, Chapter 1 and 2. I've been seeing that around. I haven't got to play it yet. But it seems like horror games are somewhat in the public consciousness recently. I think it would be fun to try to make one. Or like the old Five Nights at Freddy games seem very approachable as something I could make. I got my degree in computer engineering. So not computer science, but more like embedded work. So custom hardware, CPU architecture, robotics, and whatnot. So app, let's create spawn grid as our first function. I always put the mute in the wrong place on this because it just feels like it should be part of the type. Thanks. Spawn shop grid. Probably feels better. Add... I always forget what this is called. Add system set, I think. Is add system set to stage what I've been wanting in the live coding? And that way we can do it in pre-update and whatnot. I think that sounds right. So here, system set on enter gameplay. Dynamic game stage. Alright, let's also create a prelude that I can import, which will have... can I do pub use and it will re-import Bevy's prelude? More of my Rust lack of knowledge is poking through. And here I want to move these two, because we're going to want to use those everywhere. Probably the game state's more important, so I'll put it toward the top. I'll go ahead and move my components here too, because components are like the interface. Let's see if this works. So I need mod prelude, I think, and then use prelude star. you not happy? Ah, I need to import this stuff. Probably gonna just need it in both. I'll clean up the imports when I get to a good stopping point. What are you upset about? It's private. Okay, well it shouldn't be. Cool. And now, theoretically, I should be able just to do Prelude Star. I'm hoping. Create Prelude Star, probably. And it seems to work. What is game stage? Cool. Sophie, if you have anything to share, always post it in Discord. I love seeing what other people are working on. I called this game state, not game stage. Non-enter with system spawn shop grid. I guess I'm planning to go for quite some time here, so it's fine that I'm going a bit slower than I usually like. Oh, absolutely flood the Discord with whatever you want to flood it with. I'm glad people are enjoying it, and everyone seems really positive there. Oh, thank you. I can never pronounce people's names, and I apologize, but thank you for the nice message. I really appreciate it. So what are we're trying to spawn a grid. So let's steal this code again, and we want to all be clickable. And let's just slap down a... I'm not a full-time Rust developer. Right now I'm in between jobs, which is why I'm doing so much open source work. So I guess I am full-time Rust developer, but it's not stable income. Oh, thank you, Sophie. Yeah. Right now the gimmick is Madeline works full-time because she got her dream job that lets her travel to Antarctica and do all kinds of crazy stuff. And I get to do game dev and just kind of like try to keep a GitHub profile and a resume up because she'll go to grad school next year, and then I'll get back into full-time, maybe computer science, maybe I'll go back into FPGAs and custom hardware. But we live in the absolute middle of nowhere in the desert, which is why I can only live stream when I'm at an Airbnb that actually has internet. Yeah, that's the trade. She works and I live in the middle of nowhere for a year. What did I just do? I want to make video editing software, but I'm always really into sound. Thank you. I've watched a lot of the GDC talks about like sound design, and I think that would be a very interesting thing to get into. I need to add this plugin. I'm trying to remember what I like doing. I think I like putting the plugins not in the Prelude. Yeah, I started out, I have a project on my computer where I was using FFmpeg, and it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. I got a video player following like 3 different tutorials that were all out of date working, and I could like play movie files off my computer, but it's just, yeah, FFmpeg was just horrible to work with. So that's my tea leaf. Kind of looks gross. Let's see if I can make it look just a bit more leafy. I wonder if there's a way to use FFmpeg with Rust. Because it's just, like, you have to do it all multi-threaded, and it was just horrible doing in plain C. FFmpeg through WASM. That sounds nightmarish. Yes. Like, it's really interesting, all the technology and all, like, the different file formats and all that. It's just... Oh, how do I delete someone? Let's see. Report. Explicit material. We've received the report. That did not make it go away. Remove. Timeout. Hide user on this channel. Yeah. Sophie's a mod. Digimanito, if that's how you pronounce your name, you're a mod. None of you have to do anything. And Shikiro Tsukamoto, you can be a mod. I'm just clicking on names I recognize. I think I've seen all of you around. Ah. Yeah. None of the mods actually have to do anything, but just to have more people clicking on delete if anyone sees something that I'm missing. Yeah, video editor, or video technology is really cool. I just wish there was a nicer way. And then I started down the rabbit hole of wanting to remake FFmpeg, and that was the worst mistake of my life. I think I gave that like one weekend before I realized why everyone just puts up with it. So the T... I want to spawn... I need like a box, an outline for the shot box. Let's see. I need to set up my grid. It's 32 by 32. Oh wait, I think it's offset by 1 with height 32, 32. Offset -1, maybe? And it'd be 34 by 34 with my current settings. And I believe this should work. Let me just test it in Bevy. Or let me test it on this, because that way I don't have to recompile. I seem to be slightly off. I'm off 1 pixel on each side. Does this work in a different way than everything else? Yeah, I reported the bot, and I put it as pornographic. I don't know why, but like, it's like half an hour after every video I start, I get one of the bots. I don't know why. Like, I have all of the YouTube settings set, and you'd figure with all their AI they'd be able to successfully detect somebody putting kissy emojis and sketchy links. But I guess not. It's not, like, I'm not even famous. Like, unmonetized videos with like 100 views in the first hour, and it's like, oh, this is where I will post my, I guess, virus. So that seems to be good. Let me put a green outline on it, just to make sure. So we shouldn't see any of the green, except when it's bleeding through. Cool, we see no green. So now I just need to get my grid aligned to that. How big is this? Can I select to find out? (32 by 32). Oh, I do have my grid right. It does have the... I just have to remember to put the padding in by hand. Yeah, I wonder... oh, thanks for subscribing, Kevin. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what, like, tag is triggering the bots to think that I'm someone worth, spamming. What am I doing? Oh, I have it selected. Let me make a new color. Why is it default to black? Makes it so hard to work. That's a good store color. Let's go like toothpaste. You know, I wonder, I can see like where people come from to my videos or where like they get recommended from, and I wonder how many of them are getting recommended from Rust the Game. I don't even know if it's that popular anymore. Oh, let's erase this stuff. Oh, interesting. I wanted to buy Rust to play with some friends, but it just seemed like it was a bit, the culture seemed a bit brutal. Interesting. Wow. So let's make a shop box, I guess. Which will not be clickable. Just had a new content dump. Interesting. Dot with children, maybe? Live streaming is absolutely a different skill than anything else I do. Snow bikes. Am I thinking of the right game? Yeah, snow bikes. Wild. So I think this should make a box, and then as a child it will have our tea leaf. And the tea leaf will be clickable. Oh, not format. And I'm missing a semicolon or something. What are you not happy with? Tell me what I did wrong. Oh. I really, really hate this with children format. I think it's just a bit unreadable for my taste. Cool. So if I move this around, I now have my tea leaves. and a box. Let me just center that. Actually, let me black tea leaves. That looks kind of close. Close enough for now. We'll have different teas in the future. So this will be called black tea. I actually probably want a component for teas, because that's going to be something you're going to want to buy. Enum tea? It'd be great to have a template language feel like an HTML file. I think that's what the live coding guy was using. It was Bevy Kayak. I'll answer that question in a second. But Kayak here has RSX, which I've been told is something like JSX, which is a way to get HTML in JavaScript. And the idea is you can define your layout in a format like this. And it's what's now being used in our live coding survival crafting game. I haven't got my head around it, but I might end up using it for this game. I didn't go as deep into Kayak as I did, and I might need to change the title of that video. I mostly just got images working in it. I didn't actually explain how Kayak works. I want to make a video tutorial about it. To answer the question about why I chose Bevy, it was big. I used Amethyst like 2 years ago, and I used Bevy right when it came out. And Amethyst just had way too slow compile times. I don't know if it's better now. Why is this bot back? I have reported you. Oh, thanks for deleting it. As reactive by day. TSX is lovely. Change the background for your teas. Charmel Blue and not bother about making a realistic tea icons. Yeah, I might do that. But yeah, I tried out Amethyst and it had really slow compile times, and it's just unusable for the way I like to work, which is compiling constantly. And then I had... Sure, you can post a video. But Bevy was just the most popular game engine, so I ended up using that. And it seems to work great, so I haven't actually tried out any other Rust game engine recently. Orientation make it unreadable. My guess is with children will change by 1.0 and you'll have to use more baby functions. Yeah. That's the problem I've had with Bevy's UI, is it ends up just becoming unreadable with the way like all the examples and carts, like Game Jam Game, use it. It just becomes a giant tree that you can't understand by looking at it. I really like how focused on ergonomics Bevy is. I really trust it to not become painful. T-type. And it's nice in Rust that I can just sit here and not even be paying attention to what I'm typing, and I know I'm not going to get a seg fault in 3 hours. I've done SDL and raw C, and I started making my space game, which I need to get back to working on, using SDL and raw C and making my own game engine. But it just becomes unmanageable when you start making your own entity component system, when you really just want to be making a game. It turned into too much work for my taste. Maybe I could try out Amethyst again, because now I have a much better computer, which has faster compile times. Type is a keyword. T-type. And cost is what I'm thinking about. Oh, Amethyst is dead. Okay. Yeah, I haven't actually... I've not been good about looking around the rest of the world of Rust game dev. I kind of just picked Bevy and went with it. Why did I lowercase all of my letter C's at one point? So the shop here will have T, which should have a cost, I think. And this will be T-type, T-type, black T. Gilliam was the OpenGL guy, right? And he had problems where OpenGL is just a nightmare to get working and make it safe. Of course, it's all private. I also tried doing a game engine with Vulkan, and I got through the triangle, but it was just... it's too much cruft before you actually get to do anything. I got rendering like a cube. I was trying to do a voxel game, as everyone does. Oh, poor Amethyst. I thought they had corporate sponsors years ago. So let's make our boxes. For xn 0 to 3, and for y. Is this gonna work? I think it's format. That's what I want. Format XY. Feels right. And the transform will be transform from XYZ, maybe. Minus, or X times... See, this is the problem, is I don't like having these magic tile size numbers for everything. Oh, I did make a game with bracket lib. Yeah, Amethyst was painful, also, making their systems. It required a lot more Rust knowledge. I feel like Bevy, I could teach somebody Rust from scratch using Bevy. Because I don't use any intermediate features of Rust. Yes, Bevy and Rust are both MIT Apache. And I've tried to add to my template projects also MIT 0 because they're for educational use. But it's something I need to get better at, making sure I get my licenses right. No, yeah, looking at Bevy's internals is very advanced Rust. But what they actually expose and require you need to know is very ergonomic. Say minus 100. See, all these magic numbers are freaking me out. I don't like them. Well, using constants for the magic numbers doesn't actually solve the problem I'm afraid of. Because the problem I'm afraid of is... so that works. The problem I'm afraid of is when I change the resolution. Like, if I make the game resizable, things will go off screen or you'll be able to see more on screen, which isn't what I want for any game. Yeah, Sophie, now that I'm publishing like videos and games and stuff, I actually have to care about licenses, which is, I don't know. It's hard to feel confident. Like, I hate even like showing the cheat book in my videos because it's like, okay, is this fair use? It's for educational purposes, but it's like, oh, but you know, technically, do I know enough about licenses to want to show this? Yeah. So this is my complaint with the default Bevy camera. Maybe this is just a psychopathic example, but it's, as I resize, things go off screen. But because I'm targeting web, and I'm very clear about that, I think itch.io will let me set a fixed resolution. So it'd be nice if everything was like relative to height. Well, and yeah, everything I'm doing is like educational, and the Bevy community seems to all be very nice about things like that. So I'm not actually worried about the person who makes the cheat book, like saying I shouldn't use screenshots. But it's just, I like to be super confident when I do stuff like that. No. You know. The numbers in a strut and recalculate them based on screen size. Huh. So I have my height constant. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to worry about. The Bevy's UI supports margins. Maybe if I did all of this in Bevy's UI, because it is kind of UI, but I don't know. Bevy's UI feels unfinished, if I'm being blunt. And I think that's not, like, cruel. I think it is just a minimum viable product right now. So now I have clickable T, and it has a cost. And I actually only want to add T to the first one. So I think I'm just going to slap these into a vector. Can you get a grid in Bevy's UI? Flexbox grid. Responsive grid for free, that's nice. The problem is I don't do web, so I don't know how Flexbox works. And that's what Bevy's UI is based off of. Like, let me just look at the Bevy docs. Sorry, UI. So we have node. Great. Entity. Sure, button bundle. This is based around a node, which has a size, and it has a style. And the style here is display, which is flex or none. It uses a Flexbox system, which tells me to look at this reference. Content center. Like, this is probably what I want if I want to be like super honest, it's just not. It's well outside my comfort zone. I do embedded work, so the most UI that we do is like printing 16 characters to an LCD. And that's if you're lucky. Maybe I'll come back to this. I want to just get some gameplay going. And just hard coding everything is probably the fastest way to get something working. Flex. Yeah, it's cool, but I hate to say I only loosely know what React even is. So it's not for people like me. I guess that's the problem if the most popular language in the world being JavaScript and most programmers doing web development it's a completely different world for people like me. Grid.push. Why did I do an ID there randomly? Oh, that's why the with children failed. And yeah, I know web is most definitely the best way to do UI. Maybe I'm just not a UI person. Maybe there's a reason why I ended up down and reading data sheets for microcontrollers and ran as far away from computer science as I could. I don't like Unity's UI either. I don't think there's a single UI system I actually like. So now the more I say it, the more I think it's just me. Grid dot, or grid 0. Commands dot entity grid 0 dot add child. Let's do it this way. Yeah, I've done something wrong. Oh, there's a curly brace in here. That shouldn't be here. Delete that. Let black T equal that. Yeah, I do live on the command line. That's, I guess my desktop environment shows that I don't care for UI. GUI. Okay. I hope no one was expecting me to actually make progress on a game today. GUI. Oh, is this their, Oh, wait. Okay, no, this is the system I've used. I thought you were talking about the system they use to make their editor panels. I do like IamGUI. I will say that is more my style. Ooh, maybe I'll try out eGUI for this project. Does this work with Bevy out of the box? Bevy eGUI. Please support Ukraine. Yeah, I might try this out for this project. It looks kind of gross, but it might be fun to try it out. Because I really do want to make a video just going through all the different community UIs. Try it out. Let me see. Do we have good examples? Alright. Secondary eagery pass. First window. Second window. I don't know. We'll come back to that. Yes, I used the eGUI inspector. So it wouldn't be out of the question for me to use it. But that's not, it doesn't feel like a proper like game UI, you know? That's my complaint with it, is I kind of want something like this works for me just sitting here, but I don't think it actually like is something I'd want to publish. I don't know if it has the customization to make it something I'd want to publish. Wait, why did that make so many black teas still? Oh, it only has one. Let's see. I guess 9 is, or 7 is the first grid. Let me reverse how those are done. But is it as developed as I am GUI? I guess that's my real question. Don't judge me. But I want these to be reversed. Yeah, I would actually use I am GUI in a real game at some point. I feel like I could get it customized and pretty enough. That's enough messing around with this. So we now have T. And when you click on T, so this is quick detection. I kind of am making a UI right now, because I want buttons that you can click. Let's learn Kayak UI. Let's actually make this all out of UI. I have not heard of Wasm 4. This is just me live researching things. Ooh. Minimalist easy. Works with Rust. Okay, I'm gonna... How do I bookmark? I will come back to this. This actually looks like it'd be fun to try out for like a game jam. Let's try out Kayak UI. Because I want buttons that can be clicked. But the problem was, I don't think this is technically updated to Bevy 7. Maybe I'll just try using... Maybe this UI is upside down how Flexbox usually works. Maybe I'll try doing this with a Flexbox. Yeah, let's try doing these with actual Bevy buttons. Yeah, it's like the Pico 8 is what it looked like. Not Bevy, button. Before I invent buttons, let's try out using Bevy's button bundles. Let's go to Bevy's examples. guess I'll pull that link over here. I'll read this off camera. I think I'm just going to stick with default Bevy for this project for now. Let's get some progress. I feel like I haven't done anything. I've just been sitting here talking to people, which I guess is fun. So a button. We spawn a button, and we give it text. It's an image showing the customized UI. Ah. Ooh. That looks nice. That looks really nice. Tiny Pomodoro. No, I had no idea how this was going to go. I'm having fun. It's just, it's very different. Okay, let's try out Bevy GUI. I don't know. I just need to pick one and get started. Bevy GUI. Can I slap an image into this? Sure I can. I'm actually... Rust attracts such a wholesome group of people. It's very stressful to put things out on the internet. But everyone's just so nice. I'm not using Kayak for this project. I'm using that for the survival game. So this one I'll try out eGUI, just to always be trying out different things. And if I find it completely fails, I'm not emotionally invested in anything. So let's has to be a system. Systems are great eGUI widget should be run during the core stage update or after eGUI begins state frame. Sure. Let's just grab these. Let's see. Oh, good. Untitled 1. Uh-oh. Wait. Did I copy and paste that? Bevy GUI 14. Failed to match requirement. Candidate versions which were found but didn't match. What have I done wrong? Is Bevy Inspector eGUI on a higher version? $11. Yeah, it looks like it's conflicting, but I would hope it wouldn't. Why? Alright. Cargo update. What in the world? .1 eGUI 17. I didn't see Sophie was talking about being scared of publishing videos. Yeah, it's anxiety provoking. The first hour after I publish anything, I have to look and see if I've done something like technically wrong. Why are you not happy? I've debated deleting the videos I made a year ago off this channel, but I think it's kind of nice just to show how much I've grown. I'll probably leave them up forever. I don't know what I'm going to do with the tutorial series, though, as it gets outdated and becomes misinformation. Alright, does anyone know how to fix this problem? What am I doing wrong? Can you use the version that comes with the inspector? Does the inspector come with its own eGUI? Or Bevy eGUI? And would I be able to access that? Oh, now it's really upset. But I deleted it. Now let's delete the cargo lock, I guess. Close that out. Failed to select a version, but you have no... Now I'm just back to what I had already working. Oh, because I changed this up to be 11. Why? Because the eGUI inspector does claim... Oh, I have too many tabs. It claims to go up to version 11. Let's go to crates.io. 28 days ago, 11.0. So why, when I make this 11, oh, what have I done wrong? Oh, this is what happens when I'm not paying attention as I'm just typing. Maybe extensions create.io. Maybe can resolve. Equals 18 as a dependency. Failed to parse cargo toml. Always happens to me. Delete the lock. I can't say I've ever had this problem. Virtual manifest specifies a dependency section, which is not allowed. Let's compare cargo files. So here is the crafting game. Dependencies. Dynamic. Open recent. There we go. This is based off the same cargo toml file. Dependencies. These look to be identical to me. Failed to parse manifest. Guess I can Google. I feel like I just deleted a letter out of dependencies. And I'm just never going to see it. This virtual manifest specifies a dependency section, which is not allowed. Oh. People are outside drilling again. Cargo clean. Cargo clean can't be done. What have I done wrong? How did I make this so angry? Oh no. Down the rabbit hole. Did I break my cargo? Like completely? No, I can build that still. I actually don't know what to do to fix this. Oh, I just got all the chats all at once. And the last dot 0. Hope this helps you in publishing videos. Solved the same problem for me once. Okay, hold on. My chat was frozen for a minute. Oh, good grief. Okay. I can't find where I was. Trash. Always happens to me. Perfectionist. 11. Solved a similar problem for me once. Revert the toml on Git. I can't see it. Cargo's on strike. Did I write? Is there a 1 where it says package at the top? Oh, you've done it. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, thanks. That was such a good time for the YouTube chat to freeze. I was losing my mind. Why did it crash only at the dependency section? Oh, thank you so much. I was gonna lose my mind. Okay. So now we're back I guess that was my break. Alright. Well, no one else in the world's ever had that problem. Well, that was a good mental break. Now we can get back to actually working on the GUI. So, were we claiming that... I have to wait for this all to build now. Were we claiming that I'd be able just to use the GUI? My computer's turning red hot right now. I guess there must be a package section, so we're going to have a dependency section. What's for workspaces? Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Well, now I'm back to working on all this. So it's not click bottle, it's click detection. This does just give me the GUI. Thank you so much. Definition found. So I do have Bevy GUI 13. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I'm using my mouse. It's sometimes when I click, where Vim still has my cursor, the Vim plugin has my cursor in a different place than where the VS Code cursor is. So yeah, I'd clicked where I wanted to change, but that didn't actually put my cursor there. So I'm going to get my hands on Bevy GUI. Yeah, I'm using the Vim plugin for VS Code. Yeah. Nice. I don't feel like this should work. Like, I shouldn't be using eGUI through Inspector eGUI, right? Because this takes me here. I'm all frazzled. So wait, let me go back to the original problem. If I upgrade you to 11, well, I think I still have more problems. Because I can't upgrade to the eGUI or the eGUI. Delete malloc file one more time. Yeah, why does this not work? Failed to select a version to match the requirement eGUI. Candidate versions didn't match. Search crates.io index. eGUI is not showing up, but in crates.io, it does say it has version 18. Yeah, version 18.1. I don't have the crates extension. Is that an extension I can have? Sure. Only works with dependencies for cargo.io. Check, check. Not check. Oh, this got very pretty very fast. So everything has checks on it. Alright, Bevy, eGUI 14 works for me. Yeah. If I change this back down to 10, I'll now have a big X telling me I'm outdated. But it seems to work. Well, thanks for the suggestion for the crates plugin. I like the little X's now, even though it's going to tell me I'm wrong. Well, here's the building once again. How much can things really change in 4 versions? Yeah, maybe this is all a sign. Maybe I should be using Kayak. I've been trying to interact with chat. Thank you all for coming out. This has been a lot of fun. I was convinced I would be sitting here like with one person showing up every 20 minutes. But it's nice to see a lot of the familiar names and community coming out. Poke my head around everywhere. Oh, you DM me on Discord? Oh yeah, I don't feel any responsibility, anyone I made a mod, to actually moderate things. It's, I don't know. It was in a panic. I just figured more people hitting delete buttons if they see something might help. Oh, thanks. I'm gonna be streaming at this time, like, every day this week. Weekends mean absolutely nothing to me at this point. Oh, and thanks for saying I deserve visibility. I feel like I'm gonna hit, like, the carrying capacity of Bevy's ecosystem pretty soon. I don't have any experience moderating either. You don't feel any obligation to do anything. It's just when a picture shows up with kissy emojis and sketchy links, if you see it, you can hit delete on it. Alright, so now we can actually get the eGUI example. Finally, progress is being made, I swear. eGUI window. And if I run, eventually, we should get running code again. That's one of my theories, is that I'll get to remake my intro tutorials when like Bevy 10 comes out, and if Bevy grows, I'll be able to grow, and I'll be an early adopter. But I don't know. I've tied myself to Bevy pretty hard. But if Bevy also crashes, I can pivot to, I guess, different Rust game engines. Or general game dev, probably. Like, I have a lot of faith in Bevy, though. And as it gets bigger, I think it'll be nice to have a foothold in the community. You absolutely should make videos. You can message me if you have any questions, and I'd love to help you. It's a lot of fun. I did not solve the missing dependency. We went down to Igui 14. Yeah, isn't Bevy only like 2 years old? And my brother does Godot with Rust, so I don't like Godot that much. But I might swap over to that. Expected, Igui. Found inspector context. Oh well. Probably should just get rid of all this nonsense then. Making quite the nightmare. I want to import. I want to use these guys. Why are we not happy? Oh wait. Have I not fixed any of my problems? When changing random things, I've made quite the mess. It's time to let it go and use Kayak. Yeah, I'm gonna try out Kayak. I don't know who tricked me into going down this rabbit hole. And I'm just gonna steal from the pull request. So let me open up the code. Open recent. Survival crafting. And we're gonna steal code. Is there cargo downgrade? I'm gonna do a video. So Kayak doesn't support Bevy 0.7, but we've got it working. And I think they're making like good progress on it, so I'm just gonna kind of go with it until it crashes. I'll just keep this over here. I need like 20 monitors to always have chat and to have everything open. I want to do videos on rapier physics. I don't know if I finished that sentence. I'm very scatterbrained. I probably should have tried out live streaming when I had 200 subs, so I could get better at reading chat while making progress. Right, I need this. But we're not using you anymore, we're not using you. We don't need your comments, and we don't need you. Can we get a compiling game? Cool. So let's look at the Kayak examples. Image. Okay. So it looks like Kayak is based around render, and then we create widgets. Yeah, I'm having fun with chat. People pointing me in random wild directions has been kind of fun, even though I don't have... I was hoping to have a full game loop today, but, you know, that's ambitious. And chat froze at the worst time. I think chat froze probably because I was changing tabs desperately. Bevy context, new context, image styles, render. Let's just yoink this. Alright, first we need the Kayak UI plugin. That we're definitely going to need. I have mine on live. Oh, I have mine on top chat. Live chat. Wow, that looks like you. So we have the Kayak plugin, and I want to get an image going. I'm going to steal the code I wrote in the live coding, because we're going to need to turn texture atlases into images. So I'm on a second monitor, I apologize. Let me find where I did that. Assets. And I created this function. Which I'll drop here. Let me make a folder called assets. And use create prelude star. And what this does is it'll let us turn our texture atlas into images by just actually copying the data pixel for pixel. Yeah, I wonder what's the difference between top and live? Oh, okay, top chat claims that it's going to make the spam not visible, but that just doesn't work at all. So convert to image, we'll be able to give it the original texture atlas handle and a description, and it should give us back a handle to an image. Oh, look at that. You speak of the spam. Let me report you. You know, I might have to swap to like subscribers only mode. Which just feels gross. Beautiful. So let me add this as a mod. And let me get my rec. Yeah, I think I've banned every single video I post. I give comments like that in the first hour. And I swear I've banned it every single time I've seen it. I've hid it from the channel, done everything I can. I'm gonna have to like find people online who have talked about this and see what they do. Because this can't just be a me problem. So so my goal is still, I'm remembering what I'm doing, I'm not losing my mind, is to get this function working. Just trying to get the example going. So let's go, let me get their includes. One thing I didn't like about Kayak is it looks like they use the same naming scheme as Bevy. Remove unnecessary import. What are you not happy about? Undeclared module Kayak core. I probably won't need that. App as Kayak app. And down here in the example, this is Kayak app. Item variant not found in position type. Relative absolute. Absolute. Oh, more bots. I actually do have, I wonder if my live stream's mirrored on Odyssey. All my videos are mirrored on Odyssey. Because I set it up long ago. I would stream to Twitch because it seems to be a better streaming platform, but I don't want to be on every single platform. It'd just be too fragmented. Oh wait, Bevy core styles position type. So they've covered all of Bevy. So this value needs to be... What did Flippy just say? I should not have got rid of that. Yeah, they used all the same names as Bevy, which is unfortunate. Core styles position type. Kayak core styles position type. Ah, now I can use self-directed. I don't advertise Odyssey because I actually don't know if I like some of the culture they're developing. It's not... I don't know. Oh, I'd appreciate that, Sophie. Thanks. Odyssey, originally, like 3 Blue 1 Brown, EEV blog, all of them were on it, so I kind of trust it, but it's also getting a little... I don't know how to put it, but I think people know what I'm getting at. It's getting a little counterculture-y, I guess. Oh no. Rupa G. So the handle here will not be generic RPG vendor. The handle will come from our assets. Right? Where are we at? Image assets. So not mutable. Image assets, which is a resource of image assets. And handle will be a clone of image assets dot spreadsheet, which is not the correct handle. So let's do the convert function that I have in assets. Convert to image. And let handle equal convert to image of my rec was probably also can just go into prelude. Probably don't need these definitions in prelude, and I'm not going to use anchor. Block words. Okay. If this and that when you monetize. Block messages, YouTube Studio, community. Oh, good grief. I guess I probably shouldn't put this on stream because I'm now deep in my tabs. Community. Community. Tell me go to community tab. Nope. Moderate live chat. Automatic filters. Stream settings. Live chat. Edit. Customization. Direct trailer. I don't even know what words I'd block. Go open YouTube Studio. From the left, hit Settings and Community. Open YouTube Studio. Settings. Settings. Community. Oh, there's my moderators. Oh, so all the blocked bots, I see them now. They have the same, like, beginning of the name, and then they have more different things at the end. Hold inappropriate content. Yes. Ooh. Why is that not checked by default? Alright, nothing personal is on here. This checkbox of hold potentially inappropriate chat messages for review and live chat was not checked by default. Just for anyone who's been enjoying the spam bot's sake. So let's see if that fixes it. Somebody screenshotting my spam bot's message. This needs to be public. Original image and assets. %, block words. Okay. Let me go add some block words. Nobody in here will be allowed to talk about Tinder, and I hope no one will be upset by that. Automatic filters. Permissions? Oh, I could give one of you guys edit privileges. Oh, blocked words. Okay. Tinder. I guess I probably shouldn't read out all the words I don't want to see. That should catch some of it. Sorry if I just deleted anyone giving me a list of blocked words. Alright, cool. I think I'm all caught up. Back to actually making a game. I'm gonna get my channel demonetized. I'm like 1,000 hours away from getting monetized, and now I'm gonna have a whole stream of me just saying every single word that YouTube doesn't want to hear. And I need... This is gross naming. What are you not happy with? Did you actually cover up Bevy's image? Good grief. Wait, no! I swear, I blocked it. You're gonna make me go back and do this again? Maybe mods are allowed to say blocked words? It's absolutely here, and it's saved. All existing and future comments containing these words will be held for review. Live chat messages containing or closely matching these words will be blocked. So all you people saying Tinder should be banned. Oh, well, I didn't see Kevin type it. Okay, well, good. Alright, well, mods, I'll be more careful modding people, because if y'all become bots, I don't know what will happen. Image assets. Yeah, I have not seen Kevin say a forbidden word. Wait. I'm running into a problem. You know, this is not a game for teaching. This is me just playing around. So I'm not going to stop feeling bad about doing dumb things. Because this doesn't need to be... Texture Atlas doesn't let me get my image handle back, does it? Oh, it does. Never mind. Dot texture. Texture Atlas. Oh, I have to get it. Gross. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the handle to the image out of the texture atlas, which means I have to get what image equal texture assets dot get the image asset dot sprite sheet, which will give me the texture atlas unwrap, and then from here I can get the texture, which is a handle to an image, and then from the handle to the image I can get my data back out. No, MDR, I do not see your message. Yeah. Cool. Nice. So now, I should be able to give image here. Cool. So I give you the image handle, and this will go through and create a new image out of that image handle data, which then theoretically we'll be able to put into here. Widget is not implemented for that because this is a kayak image. Cannot move. I'll clone it. Oh. Control-Shift-B is so close to Control-Shift-V, which paste. Move handles. Consider borrowing. Why don't I consider cloning? Beautiful. Oh, let's see what we've done. I just pasted more garbage. No, and I can't delete it because I built, so my undo gets cleared. You met your girlfriend randomly on Instagram. Interesting. I've never used Instagram. Does it have like a direct messaging or something in it? And you should totally try to introduce her to Rust. It might take some getting used to. It's I don't know if this would be the first language I would teach someone to program. Image assets doesn't exist there because I need to add it. Not on startup, but I need to add system set. I wish this was more ergonomic. But this is probably just my greed. Or game state. Gameplay. With system. See how that does. Strong typing and variable handling will give good practice right away. Yeah, that makes sense. So why is this image a circle? Let's see. I don't know, teaching programming languages is weird. I would definitely go with a strictly typed language. It's cute. But Rust, I guess, Rust is high level enough. Like, I always think of Rust like C, but that's not a good comparison. Because Rust, you really don't actually need to understand too much of what the computer is doing under the hood. You can treat it mostly as a black box and get away with it. So one thing I don't like about Kayak is I can't change it live. But I will say, I am happy with what's here so far. So let's see if I can figure out why that makes a rounded out image. Position type, self-directed, left, 10 pixels, top, 10 pixels. Border radius. Applies to ridges, corner and render commands image. Corner. All 500. If I remove this, the best way to get her interested in... I think, yeah, the best way to teach someone the program is definitely for game dev. And I don't know if I'd ever teach somebody through, like, visual scripting. I know it's popular now, but I don't think that's the best way to teach someone. I don't know if I have good opinions on it. People do like challenges. But the problem with challenges is they have to be achievable. If people get overwhelmed, they tend to give up. Yeah. And people have very high expectations. A lot of people, when they come into programming, think that they're just going to sit down and, like me, pretend like they're going to write a game in 10 hours and get away with it. They're not expecting it'll take 10 hours to get the first smiley face on screen. Oh good, someone's cutting stones outside again. Image styles. So I have an image on screen. I think I'm going to take a 2-minute break and get more water and get blood flowing in my head. So I'm going to make a note here and I'll be back. Let me mute myself and I'll be right back. Okay, I should be back. Oh, I'm back and gone. I'm excitedly listening for the story. There is an angle grinder outside. Yes, the Airbnb is doing landscaping work. Which is fun. So I'm in someone's basement, hearing them walking upstairs, while somebody outside my window is cutting up stones. I picked the room that they didn't have stones outside, or they weren't cutting on yesterday. And I guess they finished the other side of the house after I got all set up. Oh, thanks. Yeah. My normal house, we have 6 megabits down and like half a megabit up. So here I have 100 times the internet speed. There's no way I'd be able to live stream like this at home. So I'm making the most of it while I can. Oh no. You love when you send someone to the wrong address. Ooh, I need to set an alarm. I have to pick Madeline up from class at 5. I don't think I'll go that long, but I at least need to have an alarm. Hopefully the person will be done with the angle grinder soon. The first day we moved in, they had a ditch witch, and they were moving all the stones, and that was incredibly loud. Those are not normal speeds. I'm in America, but I guess I can show where I live. No one hunt me down. But Socorro, New Mexico is not much of a town. Let me see if I can find like the main road. We have like a Walmart, and that's it. There's like 4 restaurants in town. It is not a popping tech center. Let's make a Blick Placer game like a Minecraft clone. So I haven't tried live streaming, and I might try it out at home, but I am pretty well in the middle of nowhere. I'm where they first tested the atomic bomb. So we get to go see the Trinity site once a year. So the government thought my town was so worthless that they could drop bombs on it. And I have like the worst internet in that town. Like if we were 1 block over, we'd get the college internet. Where's bragging rights on who is better at code? What's the character limit on messages? 200. Well, that's horrible. That's less than Twitter now. Alright. The angle grinder, you guys hear it as like a low noise, I think. It's incredibly loud for me. Clipping, 9-patch, scroll bar, Windows. Let me look at the, I guess I just need to have this permanently open if I'm going to be trying to learn kayak. This is what we have for the survival crafting game. Forced me 2 hours a day working on my game on Roblox. From Hungary. I did some of my first programming ever was in Roblox too. It was I think middle school. I don't know if I did Java before then or not. I made my dad download Roblox on his work computer because I wrote code down on pencil and paper when on a plane and I wanted to type it up. So this is the live coding game, and here we have, he sets up widgets which need to return back this RSX, and it has buttons and click events. So I think that's what I want, is I want to make buttons with click events. Where does he get his event? On event, does this come from Kayak? It does. Let me read their example for buttons. You have to have an example just called buttons, right? We have a counter. Windows draggable. Oh, that's interesting. Text styles. Current count. Button. On event. Sum on event. On event. Match type. Event type click. Set count +1. Let's grab this. This sounds close to what I want. We're just gonna piecemeal build a UI. Do you still have the game, MDR? I'd love to see what it ended up looking like. What have I done wrong here? I have not seen any bots. It's on chat. Why is this not happy? Oh, because I need to get the rest of the code. So this on event quite got my head around the theory of this yet. And here I'll just, when you click, I want to do info, click. Okay. Cannot find button text styles. Well, I don't need text for now. Widget is not implemented for Bevy prelude button, so I will call you a kayak button. Yeah, I think the word filters caught everyone now. About the links. What do you mean my messages got deleted about the links? Need to import button as kayak button. Let's see if this works. I think MDR is on Discord. They were asking in the announcements if the stream was still happening. Ooh. Fine. I was clicking around. Did the game crash? Where's the game? Oh. Okay. Doesn't seem to be responding to clicks yet. Post it in general if you want, or you can DM me. I do not keep my Discord well moderated. Everyone just kind of posts everywhere, and it works out. Maybe I want the image as a child of the button. And that will make it clickable. Click. Would you look at that? We have a clickable button. How fancy. What are you not happy about? Seem to be trying to use match for a single pattern. Use if let. Okay, sure. If let event if let what? Event type click equals that. Info click. What does click get me? A cursor event, which is just pressed in its position. How interesting. I will mod you on Discord, Sophie. I've been needing to mod people. I have a lot of people I want to mod on Discord. Just in case, like when I'm gone for a few days. I haven't had any problems there yet, but the link is public in a YouTube description. So I'm expecting at some point some kind of crypto spam will show up. So I'll absolutely mod you. You seem pretty active. Ooh. I'm looking at MDR's game. When I was a kid, Roblox they had rectangle arms. I don't like the new curved arms. This is a lot of work. And 10 updates. Has anyone tried using Core? I don't know if I'll be joining MDR. I'm going to be streaming, but anyone else can. I tried out Core when they were offering money for a game jam once, and it was just like an Unreal wrapper. Alright. So we have our button, and we have our image. And when we click, we can do something based on that. Made 800 Robux. This has taken me back to long, long ago. So I don't want this to be called Startup, I want this to be Shop UI. I remember you could like pay to advertise your game on Roblox, and I like made an ad that I spent real money to show to people when I was like 12. And it was like something I was made in literally in Microsoft Paint, because I think my dad gave me like $10 I could spend on the game, and I spent it on ads. So let's see. With Kayak UI, can I make a grid easily? How long do you think it takes for somebody to cut through a piece of stone? Oh, I think he's turning it off now. I'll be able to think again. Tabs to do. Fold. Full UI. Nine patch. Oh, no, they're cutting again. It's just garden work. Text, blue button, text. Nine patch. Yeah. There's dogs out by my normal home, and literally they bark anytime anything moves, and they won't stop barking for 20 minutes. It makes it so hard to record tutorials. Well, the map I showed was Socorro. Right now I'm in Boulder, so it's a very cramped, I'm walking distance from like downtown. It's been horrible to drive, because I'm not used to having other cars on the road. Usually there's like one tractor in my town on the entire interstate. Alright, let's move this to the shop. And let's convert our grid spawning over. So instead of this, actually, let's see. How do I want to do this? I haven't actually thought at all about the game in so long. I've just been talking to people. I need to move these imports over. Probably all of them. Insert resource context. So this creates a Bevy context. Can you tell me what this does? Wrap around a kayak context. A kayak context is the context in which all widgets are contained. That's directories of context abstraction layer. Do I only get one of these for the game, or do I make one for each window? That's the question. Let's import that. Actually wondering, do I want to change this function to use texture atlas image? So I don't need that anymore. Because I want to be doing rectangles. I want to just give it the texture atlas. Soft skills. So what is the texture atlas? What's the texture atlas give us? It has a vector of the rectangles to the textures. Which I'm wondering if usize is, or the index here, index into the textures. It probably does. What's this peak? Textures push. And returns the length -1. Yeah, so the usize here is the index. The UUID macro. Let's see, where else the UUID? Where can the UUID? I don't know what it does. As noted, it assigns a magic number. But I don't actually know why Bevy requires this. To implement it on a lot of foreign types. I don't know what they do with it. It just gives you a UUID. They probably use it for a hash map or something. I'd have to look in the engine to see what they use it for. It's probably... Let me see. Because they want to be able to support arbitrary types, so it's probably a technical restriction. I'm hating how my code looks, but I have to tell myself it's okay. All code looks ugly. I would guess the UUID is so they can take in arbitrary types and like hash them and sort them and look them up in hash maps. Because I don't know how else you would do that. Wanting to be able to take in user types and organize them and shuffle them around. But that's outside of my knowledge. Okay. Don't quote me on that one. I haven't researched that answer. So we have texture handles, which is a hash map of handles of an image to a usize. But why? There's only one handle to an image. Dude, okay, now somebody's turning on a motorized vehicle in the background. I'm wondering... Can I just get my hands on this rectangle? Values rect. Min, max. So I'm thinking, in my shop here, I have the texture atlas. I know it's... I'm sure the person upstairs told me that she doesn't mind hearing me talk down here, But I wonder if she told him to, you know, be as loud as possible outside that window, hoping I would wrap it up. Index or rect. That's the texture atlas. Dot textures. Wait, dot. What was I looking at? Dot textures. And if I just index into here at 16 or at 1, do you think that gives me the first, my tea leaves? I'm really hoping I can just index into this. Definitely not how Bevy wants me to be using it, but it's what I'm going to be doing. And so now, position is going to be... It's tea leaves. It's not a pickle. I'm not... I'll workshop the art tonight, and I'll come back tomorrow with better art. Will people be around tomorrow? Because it's the like middle of the workday here, so I wonder if I won't have as many people to talk to. This should be effect 2. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I get a lot of oh, that's nice to hear you're off work, Kevin. I get a lot of European viewers. I always notice when I publish my videos at like 5 o'clock, I get like no views until the next day. I don't know if Rust attracts Europeans or what. Dude, okay, well, I might be the only American in my community. I guess that's because I do everything during the workday. Oh, am I the only native English speaker? That's interesting. Dashel... Oh. Never mind. That was a... You chose to delete that message. Sorry I read it out. Somebody's here talking about Tinder. Gonna get in trouble. Let's see. Does my just indexing into texture atlases work? What is... Why do I now have a black bar across the top of my screen? That's concerning. The black bar is coming from Kayak. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was making a joke. Sorry, Sophie. I have a very dry sense of humor. I tend to just say words and hope people realize they're jokes. Why is Kayak putting a black bar across the top of my screen? It's all happening in shop. Is it the image? am too. I was never diagnosed, but Madeline says that I probably would have been. Alright, we'll solve the black bar problem in the future. New problem. How do we make a grid? How do we make a grid? I've seen if, but that's not for. Yeah. It feels weird talking about stuff like that live on the internet because I don't want to say something to offend someone. I try to... I guess I'm trying to watch my tongue. I don't feel like I have any offensive views. It's just, you never know what gets people. Shrink and grow layout. Text box. A vector of widgets sounds promising. Vec tracker. Oh no. No. You're good, Sophie. I completely agree with you. I'm just explaining why I'm not engaging in the same way I would if we were in person. I don't know if that's just me being overly scared. I don't know how to deal with having, you know, a video that's going to be on the internet forever. Oh, I don't really know what any of this does. But we're winging it. Yeah, the internet's terrifying. I don't know why, I haven't had bad experiences, and I'm not, like, I don't think I'm a bad person, so I don't know why I'm afraid of it. It's just, it has a lot of fear around the internet. Oh, this is a nightmare of curly braces and rhythms. So the vec tracker from data iter map data. Let's get the data. Expected a bracket. Expected a bracket. Where would you expect a bracket? It's on what, 10? Maybe it's constructor is what's adding it. Add one more curly brace. Okay. Image style is captured in a function mute closure. The move occurs because here. Move occurs due to use in a closure. Move image styles occurs here, which is not implement copy. Yeah, I think I've got that. The constructor. Now I'm just going to fight with ownership. Move of on event occurs here. I don't know if I can clone this. Wait. Move of image styles occurs here. But I clone it. So why does it move it? Hmm. Style does let me clone it. I just took off my headphones and now I sound completely different in my head. Huh. Why? Image style is captured outer variable. Oh, it's captured. Image styles dot clone. How do I? Alright, who knows more about closures than me? How do I make it capture the clone? Rust closures capture clone. You clone a closure. That can be cloned. Not what I want though. Same. I can create a clone before the closure and then move that inside. Capture modes. Move keeper deserve or copy regardless where borrowed work. Unique, hold on, it's got a text. Can't do it as compact as you want. I guess I can mod you. You seem fine. There you go. Enjoy mod. Well, I'm not even trying to be compact. I'm just trying to loop. Yeah. Welcome to the team. So I need to create a clone before the closure and then move that inside. But the problem is I would need to make tons of clones. Examples to do cards. Haha. Bless you. I have not went into... Let me close out some stuff. I have not went into examples to do. Cards. From cards clone into enumerate. To do not name dot clone. Hold on, I can work this out. So yeah, I think what I actually need to do then is, if I do on enter image styles and UI image handle, expected closure it takes one argument. Oh, Can you iter on multiple queries? Depends what you mean by that. There is a Bevy query like combination you can do. Query iter combinations. I think it's iter combinations that takes. No, that gives you pairs. So that's like if you want to do like collision checking on pairs. It would, yeah, I don't know what would you'd mean by iter on multiple queries. The map here needs to map on the data. Let me look back at that cards example. Yeah, I see that. Multiple query iter data in a single for loop. But the problem is, what would you be looping over? Because the two different queries would be different lengths. They might have different entities matching them. So, what would you... I'm not understanding what you'd be looping over, unless you know both queries have all the exact same entities. In which case, why would they be two separate queries? Okay. Oh, I need to move this somewhere where I'm not constantly seeing it, because that's not the project we're working on. Let me just get rid of all this vector stuff. That was a mistake. Are you still upset? What closure is capturing you? Oh, here comes the motor. Good grief. Okay. I guess I'll just make the buttons. I don't know why I'm trying to loop. I make 3 of these. Will they lay out correctly? Don't. What is this big black bar that's being made for each one of them? Is it something to do with the style of the button? 3 pickles. Yeah. So I think the problem is the button default style. This gray thing is the button. So I need to make a style for the button. Which I think will be styles equals some image style. And let's see what we do here. Now you're very unhappy. Let me copy this and make a button style. Alright, well there's my pickle. And position type. Notice position relative to its parent and in line with its siblings. Wait. Notice position relative to its parent, but ignores its siblings. So maybe parent directed? I need to be able to edit this stuff live in the eGUI editor. Button, button, button. Spooky. Now why is it gray? Where do you get your color? Ah, style prop color. It has an alpha. So I want to make your background color alpha 0. Not the chess computer. Background color, style prop color. No? What was it? Where did I just see all that? Style prop type color, strut of color. None. Oh, of course, kayak has its own color. Why wouldn't it? Yeah. It's not a widget. It's a kayak core. Okay. And now kayak color. Do you have built-in colors? Transparent. Expected enum. Style prop color. Try wrapping in a style prop value. Sure. Okay. We're getting somewhere. That's not transparent. I don't know why you called that transparent. White. I wish I didn't have to recompile every time. Okay, so white works. You're gonna make me redo my pickles if you keep saying that. And you don't want to sit here and watch me do art for an hour. So white works. So transparent. Maybe foreground color. Oh, of course foreground color is not a thing. Why would it be? Background color. Border color. Render command text. Render command quad. Oh, there's a lot of these. So let's also change the border color. make it kayak color. Is there an RGB constructor? No? Oh, new. 0.1, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. I'll turn this game into actually, it's about fermenting pickles. You grow cucumbers. Okay, well, border color doesn't do anything. So one of these, color, it says it won't do anything. Offset, padding, 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 padding. Render command. Empty, layout, clip, quad. I think it's a quad already. Oh, I could do that. If you decide to make pickle flavored kombucha, it just sells for $1 million. This transparency does not work. Is this a fundamental problem? Alright, well, you know, it's a feature. I don't actually want to be transparent. I want it to be brown. That's a nice brown. I need to make this new. I've never seen the Red Strings Club. Cyberpunk adventure game. Alright, let me get a brown. I'll try that. Half, mostly green. 0.5, I'm missing a lot of green. There's no blue. If I set the last number to 0, no, the transparency just doesn't do anything. This is not, I'm assuming this isn't set up right in the Bevy rendering system to use transparency at all. $234, $222, $202. RGB. Why is this not right? Chocolate. 210, 130. Sure. So that's 0.9, 0.4, 0.1 probably. I'm probably going to end up having to contribute to Kayak at some point. I kind of like it. Sure, that's brown. But I'm probably going to need to contribute stuff to it to get it into a working state. But first I have to actually understand how to use it. I'll get a better color soon. Maybe the parent component has a background. But the parent is the app. There is no parent. And the color is still, yeah, it disagrees the parent background because the color is still rendering even when it's alpha 0. So if it was the parent's color, it'd be hopefully gray. It's just ignoring the alpha. Maybe we'll come back to this in like a week and the alpha will just suddenly work and the button will be gone. So, new question. These are all in a vertical grid. Now I need to get moving horizontally. So, how do I change my layout type? layout type. Ooh, row versus column. So I think what I want to do is I want to make a row style. Which will be the default. And its type might be where did I just see that? Layout type. No. Control C. And the layout type should be row. And now, so just a generic node I can be using. Oh, examples to do is a to-do app. It's not like incomplete systems. Text box maybe. Text box example makes a widget for a text box. At some point I need to make widgets. Is there any just like generic node in the examples? Let me look up Bevy or Kayak UI docs. Do they have they have to be on cargo, right? I guess time to mature. Okay. Kayak is a CAN bus for based on socket CAN. There we go. Great Kayak. No, don't be undocumented. Oh wait, this isn't what I'm using though. Alright, fine. I'll build the docs myself. Yeah, I think they finished the stone cutting. The stream can end whenever. Right now I'm just programming and talking. Is it getting long? I'm just here working for the day. And probably having the least productive of all of my days. Cool. Yeah, I guess I'm just running a programming chat room where I'm the only one who can speak. Yeah, my first stream will be a 24-hour stream. I actually can go. Oh, have fun, Sophie. Oh, well, you can go to bed. I'm not trying to keep you up. Have a good night. I probably could go all the way up until 8 p.m. my time. I just have to pick Madeline up and get dinner with her at 5, and then she goes back to class. She's doing a first aid training, which is very intense, but work is paying for this Airbnb, work's paying for all of my meals, so I get a vacation while she goes to class for 12 hours a day. She's got an amazing job. And because we live in the middle of nowhere in the desert, our cost of living is like shockingly low. Yeah. I do have an alarm set to pick her up. I need to leave here at like 4:30 my time. So I have, I guess, an hour. Thanks for reminding me. Actually, here, I'll share about her. I'm sure she doesn't mind. Hunt.xyz. Here's her blog from when she went to Antarctica. If I can brag about her for a bit. And it has cool pictures if anyone likes to see pictures of penguins. Or see what a polar field engineer does in a season during COVID. And she's hoping to go back to actually have more of a field work season. I hope she doesn't mind. Oh, my docks are open. Oh, okay. I have a new word I need to ban. Pornography. Alright. Over to my banned list. Add that one. Yeah, that's probably a good one to have. Did I just lose where my docks were open? Cool. She's a geophysics major, so I guess that would make sense. I also increased the font for this. Widgets. Yeah, she wanted to do physics. She had a mission on a boat and was digging for the Earth to study its magnetism. Yeah, that sounds that's a lot of like what the people around Madeline do. She wanted to get a physics degree because we're both math nerds and we're I guess academically minded. But then she realized that she doesn't want to sit at a desk and run machine learning models for the rest of her life. I got my degree in how that square rock works. I can tell you all about it. I could do a whole video series on CPU design. Yeah, she got to drive, somewhere far back in there, she got to drive a pickle, which is an old, like, forklift. All of it's, like, World War II era stuff because it's so expensive to move it out there. She brought me back food that had expired, like, 20 years ago that they still eat. Oh, okay, well, then you should know how a CPU works. Element. Is Element the widget I want? I think Element is the widget I want. My first video I ever did was on PeerTube. Someone contracted me to make an educational video on PeerTube. Okay, what word do we ban out of "will satisfy your wishes" online? Wishes. I'll ban wishes. Nobody's allowed to wish anything in this chat. I'm just playing whack-a-mole at this point. Yeah, the first video I ever did, I don't have it anymore, but it was about using FPGAs to do a basic UART controller. So I could totally do more like hardware videos. I just didn't know if it would fit with the channel I've grown so far. I can get into like GPU architecture. We did it all. Let's close that out. Expecting closing tag for element. Oh, I need to do element here. Zachatronics games were really inspiring to me. If anyone, Zachatronics, if anyone wants to get into embedded systems, let's see, Syngen.io is a really good one. if you want to learn like some embedded systems. TIS 100 is incredibly hard. It's a parallel, like assembly you work on. And then, yeah, TIS 100. And then his first one was like micro something. It's like micro hard. You made a game literally by typing in a Verilog style game to design a CPU. Maybe he wasn't the one that made it. What do we got? Wikipedia? Oh, that's a cool boat. Yeah, I've heard of Ben Eater. He was a very inspirational to me. I actually watched one of his videos like as it came out to prepare for an exam. Element does not support styles. Oh, it does. Option styles. Oh, it's optional. Why have I given you? Does it have to be styles? Turning complete. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Design CPU. Oh, MHRD is the game that I played. Where you... It's miserable to play if you're not interested in this stuff. I'm warning you now. But you did, like, create... Let's see. Do they have one of gameplay? Yeah, you wire up the inputs to a NAND gate and wire it up. And you build up to building a whole CPU. I wish Ben Eater would come back. I don't know what happened to him. He was starting to actually get into a lot of interesting stuff. Oh, you want a link? I don't know what you wanted the link for. I think... Oh, that looks like it's working. Wanted the link to Zachatronics, maybe? And MHRD. These were the two games that I was talking about. Which, calling them games is a bit of a stretch. Yes, Zachatronics. I haven't played as much of his stuff as I would like. You can click on the pickles. I don't know. Is that a game? Is this fun yet? Oh no. Click. Okay, I guess now I need to figure out what the events do. How do I get which pickle you clicked on? Let's see. Let's go cheat. How do you make this work? Let's see. I wish it's some awesome dude on GitHub who worked on this, and I wish they were in chat to help. Ah. Yeah, I like the NAND to Tetris course. I've seen that around. I think it's really good. Yeah, at some point, if enough people are interested in, I might do an FPGA video, just to... I guess it's my channel. I can cover multiple topics if I want. Because FPGAs are really cool and very niche. But they're a fun way to, like, experiment with CPU design. Yeah, Ben Eater's been gone some time. I don't think he's on Twitter. I look him up every once in a while. set click true. Okay. Oh, so for every item, we have a different button. The IS-100 was brutal. I've become basically an FPGA collector. It's a problem. I honestly should do videos just so I can justify owning as many as I do. So I think I need a different event for each one. So let's create a vector of events. Oh yeah, I understand that. I have so many Arduinos too around the house. I have Arduinos, I have ARM boards, I have MSP 430s. So much crap. No one judge my code. I'm mostly talking to people, not trying to write good code today. So I started out designing my own RISC-V processor. I have a Basics 3. Yeah. Yeah. I did a STM32 in college. Huh, I didn't expect there to be so much. I guess Rust attracts a certain kind of person. I like Basis 3. I think that's probably the best. That'd be the FPGA board I'd recommend as a starter board for people. This is about to be disgusting. But I would totally do a series making a RISC-V processor on an FPGA. Like, I had a pencil and paper design, because the RISC-V spec is incredibly simple to do if you know what you're doing, to get the most basic version up. Now we're getting really off topic. But all you need, if I remember right, when was the last time I read this? You need, like, just integer instructions. Where's the instruction set? I want just a listing. There's one in here. Yeah, and then you can add all of these extensions to it. And I haven't seen anyone do it on YouTube. Instruction set listing. Yeah, this is the full list of all you need to support for the base. It's your normal loads, I forget what that one does, jumps, simple branches, load to memory, store to memory, addition, XOR, the normal, shifts, add, sub. Like, this is all very basic stuff, and I don't even think you need the CSR stuff. Maybe you did. But yeah, and then you just add on these extensions one at a time. I tried to compile Rust for RISC-V at one point. That was, oh man, it was like 4 years ago. I had an FPGA, I had made a RISC-V core for it, and I wanted to get Rust code running on it. And I was not smart enough to do that like 4 years ago. Yeah, totally. I've forgot all about that. But that could be a lot of fun. I'd be ashamed. I'm a bit more uncomfortable doing stuff like that because I actually have a degree in it. And I'd feel like I have more engineering professionalism behind it. But it'd be fun. Do I need to clone these every time? What are you not happy about? Oh, events. It's not declared mutable. Using cheat engine for a low level code. That's a little bit out there. I hate all of this move and closure stuff. Just let me type simple code. This is not as simple as the rest of Bevy. I'm just trying to make a grid. If I .cloned every one of these and it doesn't fix it, I'm going to be upset. I probably should have done a smaller sample size first. Okay, well. The professor I did research with got his start using cheat engine too. And he said they were converted. That's a weird bit for them to have set. Event shouldn't be captured. I need to actually understand what's going on here if I'm just going to be sitting here and fighting with it. I'm fighting with ownership, which is not what I wanted to do. Does even valid code? That is so... I guess FTL might have been... I don't think it was programmed in a game engine. I think it was from scratch. Oh, it's moved here. And it doesn't implement copy, so move occurs due to use in the closure. Captured by the function closer. Move out of events happens here. So render is creating a closure, I guess. Okay, yeah, it just used SDL. I want mini buttons, please. Blue button. I might need to reach out to someone smarter than me off camera. Or I might have just been programming now for like 4 hours straight. 3 hours. Cannot move out of events. Captured in a closure. But I'm using a slice of it. These don't overlap. Huh. So how do I work around this? Hate to say I don't understand closures as well as I should. It's moved. Can't. Do I need to like put an ampersand in front of it? I want to borrow it. I don't want you to move. Consider removing the borrow. No. I want to clone the borrow. Oh, good night. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, okay. I am fighting with Kayak UI right now. So let me show off Kayak UI. Thanks for asking to give me a break. So Kayak UI uses RSX, which is apparently based on JSX, which I've never used, but it lets you put HTML into JavaScript. And this is supposed to be an interesting way to do UI. And you set up stuff in this kind of syntax. My problem is I don't know how these procedural macros are working, and so I'm not following exactly how I can set up my button events. Because I have a list of events, or a vector of events, and I'm just trying to get each one of 9 buttons to be a different event. And don't look at what I'm doing now, but because right now I'm just clicking around like a buffoon. But I'm trying to get each button to trigger a different event. I think I've removed one too many of those. Yeah. And the problem is events are getting captured. But when I just had a single event, I wasn't having this problem. So like if I yank this and I say, let event equal on event, and then in here I can just do event, event, event. Oh, that compiles, and if I run it, I should be able to click on buttons. And my goal is to make a grid. I guess the end goal I'll show. Yeah, I have these buttons and I can click on them and it would print out that I'm clicking on them. And my end goal is I'm trying to make a grid like this shopping menu. And I thought using a proper UI solution would be easier, but I was very incorrect about that. And I have reference code here that I'm looking at. Then I might need to just suck it up and do this. Actually, I'm just going to suck it up and do this. I don't know why I haven't done this before. So let me copy all this from the reference. I've been sitting here just talking to people in chat and not actually thinking about my problem. Why is everything not happy? Import core widget and properties. I'll steal. We won't do this. We won't do that. We need to import all this. I have a dream, Kevin, that one day there will be an easy UI, and we will all be happy. Or maybe UI just fundamentally needs to be done visually. Haven't I imported you as kayak color? And this literally uses all the exact same names as Bevy's UI. I don't need this. Unclicked. I want info. Clicked me. I don't need a handle. Or more of I will, but let's come back to that. We're gonna lose the pickles. These kayak buttons and kayak text, let me guess. Yeah. And widget text as kayak text. Looks like it's because Vec doesn't implement the copy trait. Maybe make a reference of the Vec first and pass that into the render block. You know? Let's go for it. Sure. Let's try let Vec ref. It's because this on event doesn't implement copy, but it does implement clone. Sure. And now vecref let's just see. No, it looks like it's still doing the same move stuff. Oh, and now also there's the borrowed lifetime. Because events has to be static, or... Unless I'm just not understanding. My brain is running out of steam for the day. And I might be wrapping up in the next half hour or so. I think I'm just going to do the widgets though, because I know this will work. So now our widget will be the button. Oh, howdy Sophie, welcome back. I hope you had a good phone call. Let me comment this out. Howdy. That's good to hear, I hope. The smiley face tells me it's good to hear. So now all I'm going to do here is I'm going to create items, I think. And items will have an on-click event. And let me get my image styles. I think the problem was I just wasn't trying to do it right. I was trying to just do a hacky solution, and I should have just sucked it up and done the good way from the beginning. Let's get rid of this. I'll spend 20 minutes cleaning up this code, I promise. And we now don't have an image, we have text. Why are you not happy? Useless use of format. I'm fine with all that for now. That's not a crash I like to see. Uh-oh. Extract. Crash. Task failed. Because I don't have a font, do I? Let's see. Robo.kayak font and roboto.png. Whoever added this to the pull request, I hope this is licensed. I hope it's under the open font license. I'm assuming it is. It's Roboto, or Roboto. Yeah, sometimes I just wish I could get away with hacky things. So let's see. This is in live coding. Let's see. Does that get as a font now? Nope. Do I have to load the font somehow? Let's search for... Ah, haha. We set up a default font. And we probably should do that here. Would marking it as unsafe even fix it? How did you do the with children thing? I'm publishing this code. At the end of the week, this is going on itch.io. With children, Sophie, you do commands.spawn bundle, and then you do with children, and then you get a function here, which gives you a child builder, which I just named commands, because I think it's basically identical to commands. And then here you can, you know, spawn something, and it'll be a child. I don't actually know how child builder is, okay, child builder is just commands. I think. So I hope that made sense. And you had the screen open, that's how I was typing it. Does this work now? Pickle. We have made 2 pickle. Delish. Why have we only made 2? Oh, because we have 2 items. Beautiful. And if I slap these down, that ships, right? Oh, I can show you one more time, Sophie, don't worry. It's, let me find somewhere where I'm spawning something. You do with children. Oh, okay, never mind then. with children, and then the parentheses, and then you get a function that takes in something that's basically just commands. Alright. So this should now make a nice row of pickles. And this is a game. This is fun. People will love to play this. They will pay $20 for it on Steam. We can ship this. So item has item props now. And item props let me give it the handle to the image. And this is not a video to learn from, but I'm glad you found us. This is a video of me hacking and bumbling, but welcome. So, item is now going to have, I guess, T, right? T is the, what we call this, which is a cost and a type. So, button type. T needs to implement default. Sure. Why can I not derive default for enums? Thank you. Let's not implement format debug. Why is that required? But okay. Are you happy now? Clone. Okay. That one at least makes sense. Would you recommend sticking to Bevy's base UI using a third-party thing like eGUI? So I don't like any UI. I'm starting to realize. Today I was trying out this where am I at? I've been trying out Kayak UI, and it's been enjoyable to work with. I just don't have my head around it yet. I don't like Bevy's UI, but people might like it who are very familiar with Flexbox and have a good background in that. I don't, so I don't appreciate it as much as I might. And eGUI I wanted to try out today, but we had problems with the dependencies, so we abandoned it for today and ended up in Kayak. So I am probably not the person to be asking. I have not read Rust for Rustaceans. I have too many tabs. Oh, I followed this guy's live streams. I've not read his books. But I should look into it. Yeah, I just had a weird problem with the dependencies today. That was not worth... There are some things that you can't fight with while live streaming, and dependencies is one of those. I'll have to get the book a read. I like John's work. I need to watch more of his intermediate things, because I'm sure, as I was fighting with some of the stuff today, I realized that there are videos that would tell me exactly what I need to know. I just can't, in a live stream, cut over and watch a 2-hour lecture. So if you have a good background in Flexbox, then you totally can probably maybe make it work with Bevy's UI. If you do, join my Discord and become my expert in that. Sorry, give me a second to cough. Yeah. Because I need more people who know UI around. As you can see from me flaunting it. I don't have commands. I guess I can link my Discord. Yeah, I'll try out the book. One day I'll make a bot. Or this is my first time live streaming, so I have basically no setup. We've been learning today how to set up word filters live. Partially unique. Are you still in college, Sophie? Oh. What are you studying? I thought you said that you had moved on from computer science. Thankfully, I didn't start live streaming until I hit 1,000 subscribers, so there's a good 10 people here, and some good people have been chatting the whole time, keeping me very distracted. How do I set properties? Event type. Ah, okay. So what I really want to set here is button type T. Which should have a T type. Ah, okay. I don't know how I feel about college. It's, like I did it, and it's nice to have the degree behind me, because it makes companies respect me, but everything I know I learned on my own. I've obtained, like, no knowledge from college. I pretty much never went to class. Okay. I see. I guess I've attracted a community of people similar to myself. I feel like most people in my degree, like, there was two kinds of kids, or adults. Look at that, the first button cost 100, and all the others are set to 0. Um, there were two kinds of people in my program. There were the people who were interested in computer science, and they all came in like already have played with Arduinos in high school. They all knew how to program. And then the people who were interested in making a lot of money and got into the degree just because they knew it was one of the money making ones, and they knew nothing, and they had no interest in computers. And so I feel like the people like us who are here, programming and live streaming code on the weekend are the type A people, and then the type B people all ended up. I don't even know where they end up. I guess they all ended up in high-paying jobs, while I ended up unemployed, sitting on YouTube, talking to strangers on the internet. Yeah, there's a couple of people. I was in computer engineering, so we didn't have the people that liked games and just wanted to get into it. But I took one game dev class, and it was a lot of people who just played games and thought it'd be an easy A. Yeah, I really can't imagine sticking with computer science just for money. It's such a brutal field, and you have to actually love it if you want to, even be modestly successful. I don't think there's enough money in the world that would make me learn data structures and stuff. In my game dev class, we tried to make Portal. We did not succeed. Yeah, true. Yeah, I do not care about money at all. My dad, before he passed away, he made a lot of money, and he did a lot of work, but at the end it didn't help him, which is kind of dark, but it's how I feel. So I could not care less. My dream is to get this YouTube channel and community up to where I'm making minimum wage, and then I'm gonna tell Madeline no, we're a minimum wage family. We live in a trailer in the desert. You know, I eat nothing but peanut butter and jelly tortilla wraps, and I'm gonna be happy. And she agrees with it. We like camping and stuff. Very cheap hobbies. I'm not a money chaser. You have no idea. The culture living in the desert is very wild. Factories and more stuff. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge you have to pick up. And you don't realize you need it until it's too late. Let's see. So what I want to do is I want to say if props.handle if there's an image, I want to display an image. Otherwise, I want to display a disabled button. I have the opposite. I grew up in a well-off family in the city, and I now crave the opposite. I'm happy living in a trailer in the desert. But I can totally understand that, I don't know. I can understand wanting the opposite. I guess that's a privileged mind state that I'm coming from. I don't even know if there's any software licenses. Like, there's nothing I want to buy. You know? Like, everything I use either costs like $10 or there's an open source alternative. Maybe one day, if I keep doing video editing as much as I have been, I will, I'll have to invest in an actual video editor. But for now, the free stuff seems to be working pretty well. Hit film. Yes, I use DaVinci Resolve. I started out a year ago when I was doing videos. I did Kden Live because it was open source, and I felt like it would be you know, proper for someone like me to use. But I just didn't enjoy it as much as I like DaVinci. Yeah, it's red squiggling because it's an issue in the single proc macro, which is the entirety of what I'm working on. Dude, I walk into every GameStop I see, and I haven't bought a game from one in forever. I guess I'm too old. I get indie games on Switch. Did deleting a line just make this stop compiling? Perhaps. Oh no. Why am I not allowed to move? Sure. If you tell me to put ref there, I will. I don't actually know what the ref keyword does. Cinema 4D is the 3D modeling tool, right? I just use Blender. But I'm also not a 3D modeler. Okay, so we got our pickles. Now let's see if we can give pickles an image. Which is UI image handle. Oh wait, I don't need to do that anymore. I just have handle. Sophie, if you ever want to work on a project together, let me know. Because I would love to work with someone who's actually an artist on something. It would be fun. Or if you want to keep working on your own stuff, that's fine too. I'm not pressuring you. Yeah. Or if anyone in the community. I like how the live coding has turned a little bit into a community thing, but it'd be nice to actually try to make like a for-profit game as a community. Yeah, sure. Reach out to me. We might even make a channel in the Discord and get people involved and actually try to make money off something. It could be fun. I'm saying that with low energy because I've been here for 4 hours, but I'm serious about it. Ref is only borrow, not move. But how is ref different than an ampersand? Oh, these are good. Yeah, we should form a some kind of a game, I guess, company or something. I hope you get your computer fixed. Gang. Yeah, it could be fun. Absolutely. Remind me that I've said this, and we'll set up something on Discord. maybe start next week, because I'll be back home Tuesday next week, and I'll be back to having tons of free time. Oh, I'm excited to hear game ideas. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get the pickle rendering on some of these buttons. I'm going to wrap up for the day. Yeah, dude. Make a game studio. That's 3 hours ago I hit mod so people would be able to delete spam bots, and now we're incorporating. Let's see. Interesting. Maybe don't put the link to that one in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna try to populate this handle. So all I need to do is I need to type the word handle here, I believe. What did I call this? Handle. This is my game design document for this game. Kombucha game design doc. For me, I just did a goal, some inspiration, challenges I think I'll run into, and then a layout for gameplay. But it's an informal like write-up for what a game is. Or it could be formal. And yeah, I've been meaning to make one for the live coding survival crafting too, just so when people contribute they know more of like what the actual vision for the game is. Why? Oh, is this why? Is this Bevy handles not implementing copy? Why they do their own image handles that are just U16 IDs? Is that why they do this? Let me go, sorry for slapping my mouse. I do not have a good resource on running a game design doc. I've struggled with that my whole life, and every time I try it out, I just grab a different template offline and try to fill it out as best I can. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna write that down. Vim notes, Rust MD book, survival design doc. That sounds really cool. Oh. Wow, did I forget to get that word in the filter? That's an important one. Oh, some of you guys are faster at the mouse than I am. Alright, let's go add a new word to the filter. That's always exciting. Community. Nope, that word is actually already in the filter. So, here we go. Oh yeah, I love Sprite. Trying. I'm so close. Or I'm like halfway to the watch hours getting monetized. I'm gonna sit here and have a community strike on me. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going back to the examples here, going to image, getting a handle. I really need to be done. I've been here for too long. Starting to really slow down mentally. Or I'm making as much progress as I have been this whole time. There's no way to know. So now I'm going to set this to be some UI image handle. And up here, this is not a handle to Bevy, it's an optional U16. And I don't need to get the handle because I've already got it. Do you run? Look at that. We have a pickle in the first button. I got into Rust because it was better C. And I've done all of my programming professionally in C. And it's miserable. It's actually the worst pain I've ever felt. And Rust made a lot of good promises, and so I kind of jumped in. And here we are. I can click on the pickle. Oh, a girlfriend wanted you, oh. I'm taking that to mean a female friend wanted you to get into it. And now you want to get your girlfriend into it. All of the promises so far have been fulfilled. Like, I could show you the games that I was writing in C++, but they'd crash, you know? But here, like, I've not been paying attention to my code, and you can look, this is disgusting. And yet I have no fear that it's going to, like, segfault, or has a memory leak or anything. I'm very happy using Rust. Clicked me, and then let me just add the cost here to show I can get access to the cost. Yes, the error messages are amazing. It's honestly, I think it's spoiled me because I just mindlessly do what the error messages tell me. So this guy, when I click on him, he costs 100. Click on this guy, he costs 50, and everyone else costs 0. So that's this is a good day's work. That's 4 hours of work right there. Oh, and my alarm's going off that I have to go pick Madeline up from her class. We did data-driven server-written Rust. Rust is really nice. I hate, on Hacker News it's been getting a bad rep this week because somebody was struggling with async, but it's just, I don't know why people make stuff so hard. Just be a caveman. People over-engineer and try to act smart, and I think that's the problem with a lot of like projects in Rust is they try to be too smart when just write simple code. Oh man, alright, we're gonna add the word dating. Okay. I just mash every single button. I'm reporting it for pornography, I'm putting them in timeout, I've removed the comments, and no one's allowed to talk about the word dating anymore. This is going to be the most prude chat on the internet. Alright, well, thank you all for coming out. I will be back tomorrow at the same time, 11:30, probably streaming for the same amount of time, and I'll be here all week. So if you had fun and enjoyed chatting, I hope to see you around tomorrow. We'll be working on the same game. Maybe the more I do this, the more productive I'll get. But yeah, thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate it. It's been a ton of fun. And message me on Discord for anything that I talked about today. Yes, exactly. Alright, see ya. Thank you all. I really, really appreciate everyone coming out. This has been a lot of fun, and I wasn't expecting it to be so successful. Thank you. Let me hit the stop button. I can't edit out me hitting the stop button.